Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we live? Looks like we are live. Good morning, good morning. All right, well, I already have a few trades in for today. Got up a little earlier today. My daughter's still sleeping, so I was able to get some trades in. So I'll just go ahead and walk through these really quick. Where we have the orange box start here, that's the 7 a.m. candle. So that's the open of the New York session. At least that's how I have it configured. You could change that, by the way. That's inside this Lux Algo Sessions indicator. So you could change all the times and everything. I just have it set to start at the 7 a.m. candle. And this orange line, the anchored VWAP, that is part of that indicator, which is kind of nice. I never have to actually set that myself. All you have to do is come in here and check that box, and it puts the anchored VWAP on the screen. Anchors it to the session open, which is kind of nice. Anyway, so we opened up today, and we had a positive sloping confirmation line. We had a fairly strong delta move up, and then we had the pullback to the green zone, and we ticked up right here, so I entered long. And then we ticked down right away, so I moved my stop to break even, and I stopped out at break even. And then we ticked up with the higher low with the delta starting to rise. So delta slope was positive at that point, so I went long again. And then we ticked down from the upper power zone, so I took profit. That was a small win. And then we ticked up from the midline here. Delta was still above the confirmation line. It was borderline, literally. But I decided to take it. I probably shouldn't have because it wasn't quite in the green zone. And immediately went against me and set up this little delta squeeze setup. So not only did I exit, but I flipped short. And originally, I was targeting the overnight low, which is the London session low over here, the blue box. But we didn't quite make it down there. We ticked up from the lower power zone 2 times, and by that time, the delta was tapering. And so I tried to hold on a little bit more. I told myself that I was going to use the 8 for the line in the sand. We closed above the 8, and that's where I pulled the plug right there in the VWAP. Looks like if I would have flipped, that actually would have been a pretty good long, but anyway, so I got 21 points on that one. So we're currently sitting at 20.5 points before market open, which isn't too bad. Okay, John, good morning. It's 8:19 a.m. We have the market open in about 11 minutes. Let's go ahead and check out the news for today. Looks like we have ISM manufacturing at 9 a.m. So in about 40 minutes. I think that's all we really have going on today. Yeah, that's it. Nothing tomorrow, obviously. So now we are just gonna sit tight and see what we do at the open here. And I see broad information already, so I might as well go ahead and mark that off. I like to mark these off because they keep usually playing out over and over. And because of the fact that we are near this upper broad information line right now, It's not a bad place to look for a short. Doesn't mean you just go short. You still got to get the signal on the cumulative delta, but I might expect this overnight high to get taken out. Go ahead and mark that off so it's a little easier to see. So we'll see if we take that out and then drop back inside that broadening formation possibly. Raphael, good morning. On the higher time frames, you leaving, Jilly? 1 second. My daughter's leaving for hockey. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. My older daughter's got a hockey tournament this weekend, so she's taking off to Green Bay, Wisconsin. She gets to ride the team bus out there. So my daughter Jillian, that's the one who just left. She's 13. She's a goalie. And then my son, he's 15. He plays hockey too. My youngest daughter, who's still in bed, she doesn't play any sports yet. Anyway, so looks like we did just take out that high. So we'll see what we do here. What I was mentioning earlier, the higher time frame. So on the hourly, I have it set to neutral. I mean, technically the delta is above the confirmation line. Confirmation line does have a very slight positive slope to it. But the reason why I have it marked neutral is because the signal's already in the upper half, and the delta's looking really weak to me. Doesn't look like there's much strength in there. So if we tick down in that upper half, that could easily fall back quite a bit. On the 15, we're looking a little bit more bullish on the 15. On the 5, we're looking bullish. Delta's above the confirmation line, so. And on the 1, we are currently bullish. However, we did just have this dip down where the delta came all the way down in that lower half. A lot of times that's a sign that it's kind of a heads up that we're probably going to turn back down there. We'll see what happens up here. We have the 825 candle in about 30 seconds. A lot of times there's like some algorithm or something that kicks in on that candle, so it can jostle the market a little bit. I don't know if they're like imbalances, or not really sure what happens there at 825. See that? How it fired up really quick. Delta's looking really nice, though. Delta's looking really smooth and strong. That's what we like to see. Now, obviously, that's going to potentially change on a dime at that 8:30 candle. Schroden, I jokingly refer to certain times of the day when the murder algo takes over. Like 10 minutes before close, or like you're saying, 5 minutes before open. Yeah. Yeah, the 250 candle, right? The 10 minutes before market close. That one, I know those are some imbalances that are kicking in, that kick in every day. I'm not really sure what the 825 is, though. But either way, as long as you're aware that it is going to happen, I try to either not enter a trade right before that or try to get in early enough, and if I'm in a trade and that's about to happen, I'll move my stop to break even just in case. Stealth, good morning. Got a little bit of bearish divergence popping up here. Putting in a lower high in that upper power zone. Got a higher high in the price. We did sweep that liquidity from the overnight high. So we'll see if we fall back in the range here. Delta's still pretty strong, though. Doesn't look like it's losing much strength. If anything, it looks like it's gaining strength. Yeah, Delta's quite strong right now. But that could turn on a dime in about a minute and a half. Yeah, once 8:30 opens, it's like a whole different market. Fat candles, yeah. I've seen them much fatter than that, but that's the way I like to see them. Those are just nice, strong Delta candles. More on the fatter side. So far, the market seems pretty strong going into the open. Wonder if we're going to push up right out of the gate here. Putting in another lower high at the moment. You can barely see it on the signal. Got about 15 seconds. Came down and kissed that 20 EMA and the top of the broadening formation, and now we're pushing up again. We might push up right out of the gate here. Hey, JWaz is awake. Good morning. You were up early this morning, I saw. Hopefully you got some sleep. Yeah, it looks like we're pushing right out of the gate here. I went ahead and went long right there. Just see if I can pick up a quick one. I'm long from 21.314.50. 14.50. Now, I do not have a take profit set. I just have my stop at break even. I'm just going to try to use the Cumulative Delta as an exit. If it doesn't come back to bite me. But the Delta is very strong. We did have a little retest there, which is why I decided to just go ahead and jump in. Sometimes you just got to be aggressive right away. And we like those fat Delta candles, so that's definitely the side of the train you want to be on. Reason why I don't have a take profit set is because we are gaining strength in the Delta. So this could run for a while. Currently up about 45 points. Delta's starting to look really nice on the 5-minute as well. Delta candle's getting fatter. 15 starting to grow. We are starting to tick down, and this would be a conservative place to take profit. I'm going to wait, however. It might come back to bite me, but I'm willing to risk it. As long as those Delta candles are still fat, I'm going to try to stay in. Just came down and retested the 8. Hopefully we can hold above that. We start closing below the 8, then we're in trouble. Mm. It's gonna get me. Yep, it got me. Break even on that one, which is too bad. We were up 40. What was it? It's like 48 points. And now she's going to run. Look at that. Sometimes I wonder why we might stop to break even, you know? Oh, well. There will be more. But like I was saying, as long as those delta candles stay fat like that, you should stay in there. I'm going to head through another limit order on the 8, trying to get tagged back in. Obviously, it's a little more risky now. And I think I missed the train. Yep, train left. So I'll cancel my order. That's too bad. That would have been a nice run too, if it wasn't for the end of that stupid wick. Would have been a beautiful trade. Anybody else on that train? Hopefully some of you guys caught that. Didn't suffer the same fate that I did. You know, I should have probably just, instead of trying to get in on the 8 again, I should have just jumped in on this other tick up here. You know, with the delta that strong, you know, the close of this candle right here, I should have just jumped in. You'll see that a lot as the more that you look at this indicator. So, you know, usually I don't go long here in the red zone, but when the delta's thick like that, it's like you almost have to. Yeah, Schroden, that's definitely safer to stay out during the first 15 minutes. It is a wild rodeo. Your timing has to be perfect in order to play it. Look how fat those candles are in the 5-minute. It's crazy. You definitely, you know, this is like the one case though where if you see the delta like really gaining strength like that, like sometimes like it doesn't matter what time of the day it is, you just got to jump in there because you will go for a wild ride in most cases. Now, if you jump in up here and then it pulls back like it did, 48 points, then that's going to be a problem. That's why your timing has to be right. Generally speaking, though, if you use the 8, that's pretty good. So see here, came down, wick to the 8, and then it pulled pulled all the way back here under the 8, but still never closed under the 8. That is you know, if you don't catch the candle close on the signal line where you're supposed to, that is the next best option is to try to jump on using the 8. At least that's what I've found. Sometimes you miss the trade. Still, if you got 74 points off of that, that's awesome. You got in the buy before the open. Did you get in from this lower power zone here? Or did you use a different method? The 3-minute power zone, huh? Let's see what that looks like. Ah, the 8 a.m. candle. Exactly. That is a beautiful entry right there. Yeah, so on the 3-minute, you have your rising confirmation line. When it ticks up from the power zone, the delta is still above the confirmation line. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see it underneath. And as long as it's still above, if you get that tick up, that's a valid long. That's beautiful. For sure. We're starting to approach this pivot line at 444. We also have the previous week low up here at 476. Previous day high at 490. Yeah, you know, anytime you have like this impulsive move during the open, I hate to miss it because a lot of times like that's the big move of the day, and once it slows down, a lot of times it'll just turn into chop, and that's a good way to lose some money in the chop potentially. So if it puts its move in and then just goes sideways, that will not be good. Well, there's still a way to make money in the sideways action. That's basically what I did yesterday. I missed the big move yesterday, and then all the money I made was when it was going sideways. Just came back down to the 20. The delta's tapering negative now, actually. Still very strong on the 5 minutes, so we still need to have our eyes open for longs. It's quite the drop so far. About 82-point drop and counting. If we make it back to the anchored VWAP, it'll be about 95-point drop. Go ahead and throw a limit order in here just in case we get a little spike down. Let's see if I can. I know it's a stretch, but we got the anchored VWAP sitting right there. I could potentially catch a wick. Obviously, that would not be a cumulative delta setup. But with the strong push that we had, and with the 5 minute still looking really strong, this order block right here is not a bad place to try to catch a falling knife. Good morning. 1 second, guys. My daughter just woke up. What did I miss here? I knew I should have just canceled that before I walked away. So I got tagged in and I got stopped out in the same candle. So I guess that wasn't a good idea to try to catch a falling knife right there, was it? There goes my 20 points. Like I said before, that was not a cumulative delta entry. So I don't usually recommend doing that. In this case, I thought it was a good idea, but obviously I was wrong. Looks like we took out this wick right here. We also had a fair value gap right here. That's what we wicked to. It would have been better for me to just go ahead and put my limit order there instead. I never thought we would actually make it down that far. So live and learn, I guess. Was your entry on the open a cumulative delta play? Yes and no. So it wasn't with the signal. I was playing mainly the delta itself and then the price action. So the fact that on the opening candle we came down, we tested the 20, we were looking really strong. The delta candles were getting thicker, so all of that momentum was coming into the market. We started to, once this candle closed and we started to push up again, I just hit the button. Sometimes you just got to be aggressive like that. I just glanced over at my screen and noticed that it never fully exited all my positions. So I am actually still partially in the market. And it's positive at the moment. So I have two contracts that are actually long from 332.75. So I'm going to go ahead and let those play out here, I guess. Sometimes that happens with Quantower. I don't know why that happens, but it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, only partially filled the stop. Yeah, so glad I actually glanced over and looked at that. Quantower is pretty good. It usually doesn't do things like that. I had a lot more trouble with NinjaTrader with things like that. I had way more trouble, actually, which is why I switched to Quantower. I got really sick of NinjaTrader. Well, it's kind of a weird spot to be in right now. We were super strong pushing up, and then the Delta had I would call that a significant drop here. Delta pulled back under the confirmation line. But we're back above the 20 and the 8, so as long as we stay up there, I'm going to stay in. And like I said, the 5-minute is still really strong. So I guess I'll just let this one ride. I went ahead and moved my stop back to break even on that. But I suspect we're going to continue pushing up here. Uh-oh. We got some news. That's what's going on. In 20 seconds, the spread is getting really wide. We'll see how much that jostles the market here. Ooh, holy cow. What in the world? I didn't expect those numbers to move the market that much. It shot all the way back up here. 100 points from my entry. Schroden, is your ATR take profit indicator available for me to add to another chart? I don't see it publicly available. It's in my template. It's not listed anywhere on TradingView, but if you download my template from the playbook, all the indicators I have on my screen are in there. But you do have to copy the template to get it. Yeah, ATR is it's really high right now. Not really liking what I'm seeing. I might have to go ahead and pull the plug on this tick down. Ticking down below a falling delta. After it's run up 100 points and almost all the way back down to my break even. Or do I just let this one ride? I don't know. Such a weird spot. Yeah, I'm going to pull it. I just pulled it. So I got 17 points on that one, on those remaining contracts that were part of my last order. So I won't even put those on the board. I won't count those. Yeah, I had a feeling that this is going to want to push up. So that's why I was on the fence of, you know, should I just let it ride or should I pull it? But look at all this chop setting in here now. I don't like that. All right, I'm just going to wait for the next setup. Hopefully Quantower will behave now. Yeah, that was a news candle, but I didn't expect that news to be that volatile. Honestly, I thought it would be more of a dud, a news dud. So we're getting a higher low from the green zone, but I'm not going to take it because the delta's under the confirmation line. I know we're strong on the 5, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, because I'm not taking it, it's going to run now. Yeah, the ATR is high, so if you're not comfortable with this ATR, you got to size down. Size down or wait for the ATR to come down. Well, now I'm wishing I would have taken this higher low here in the green zone. That's all right. Sometimes it's better to just wait for things to stabilize a little bit. JWAS, yeah. What's gold looking like right now? Is that a little better for you? Let's see. Gold looks a little choppy. Looks like probably more bearish. Maybe catch a short over there. For me though, I think I'm going to stick with NQ. Delta's starting to ramp back up after the news. The 5 is still very strong. That higher low on the 1 coincided perfectly with a green signal on the 5. That was prime. The higher low on the 1. Oh, yeah, right here. On that fat delta. I know, and I knew that the 5 was really strong, so we have a higher likelihood of going up. Which is why I was kind of on the fence, but all this chop kind of threw me off that news. You know, another thing, Jay, was if you're a little gun shy about this ATR, you could just try to play the 8 and only take the 8 after you get a valid signal. I still think that's probably the most conservative way to do that. Then you're not getting in on the candle closes. You wait for the close, then try to catch the 8, and if it closes under the 8, it's usually a tiny loss, if there's a loss. Usually you get it on a wick like this one right here. I mean, that's a pretty good entry in my book. However, on this same exact candle, we have the tick down from the power zone, so my stop would be at break even on that particular example. For anybody that's wondering about this, sometimes you guys hear me refer to this as my favorite setup. This is where you have this delta cross on the confirmation line as a step one, and then you wait for the pullback to the red zone and the tick down from that power zone as a step two. The reason why I did not go short on this one is because in order for that to be my favorite, the delta has to remain underneath the confirmation line, and in this case it did not. Climbed back above the confirmation line, which is to be expected with the 5 minute as bullish as it is. So in other words, it looks like my favorite setup there, but it wasn't quite. We do have some bearish divergence here too. We got the higher high on the price and the lower high on the signal. So that still might end up turning down here. Looks like that actually would have played out, huh? Wasn't very clean, but looks like that still ended up working. So for anybody that did take this tick down, let's see how you did. Drawdown was, looks like 80 ticks almost exactly, but then it went in profit. 63.5 points so far. So if you had a bigger than an 80 tick stop, which you should with an ATR that high, ideally your stop should be up here, but you'd have to use like a 39 point stop for it to be ideal. Still not settled down. Is there something else going on? The news? Not that I'm aware of. I suppose there could be. I mean, just reading the cumulative delta, as I was saying before, you know, once you have that cross and the tick down up here, the 5 was strong, which pulled the delta up a little bit more, but this is it is a short setup from the playbook. It just wasn't perfect because the delta peaked back over the confirmation line. G2 says that was a mini sweep of the previous high. I'm assuming you're talking about this one. Yeah, and that's where we created that bearish divergence as well. So that's probably why a lot of people went short there. Yeah. We are back under the session VWAP now. Sitting right in between that VWAP and the standard VWAP. Back down to VWAP now. Am I interested in a long tick up here? Not necessarily, no. It looks like we're gaining strength to the downside, and the delta's under the confirmation line. So I would be more interested in a short if we can get the signal to pull up underneath the delta, and if the delta's still weak and falling, and we tick down under that delta that's gaining momentum, I'd be more interested in a short there. You know, if you want to make this as easy as possible, always err on the side of whatever side the delta is to the confirmation line. So if the delta is under the confirmation line, only look for shorts. If you're looking for I mean, that's not always true. It depends on the market condition. You know, if we were ranging and if the confirmation line was down the center, then I would say, yeah, you know, then it doesn't really matter as much, and you should be taking those power zone entries. But at this point, I think it's too early to say whether or not we're ranging. We could be making more of a move into a downtrend here. We're also building a little bit of a broadening formation again, you know, taking out that prior high. That creates the top line, and then here, this swing low took out this low, and see, now we're right back down to the broadening formation here after taking out that low. So if this keeps playing out and you take the tick up from the power zone, you potentially could ride it all the way back up and take out that high again, if that's what it's going to do. But I think the more conservative play, though, is to just always err on the side of the confirmation line slope. So right now we got a negative slope. So only look for shorts You might miss some longs and stuff in there by doing that, but it's more conservative. Well, look at that. We just took out the bottom of the 15-minute range, I think. Let me go ahead and mark that off. There's the open. Yeah, so the bottom of the 15-minute range is here. Top of the range was here. So yeah, definitely error on the short side of things at the moment. Are you in a Sol trade currently? You know what? My bots have bought into a lot of stuff. Let me see if I'm in Sol. No, it doesn't look like I'm in Sol. That is going on a nice run, but I am in a lot of these others that are having a nice run. Here's my XRP. Here's my Doge trade. Looks like that one's up almost 14%. Here's my STX. Here I actually added to the trade right there. So this is actually one trade just with an ad on it. My link is doing well. That's another ad right there. Same thing with FTM. My Ethereum's looking good. Matic. Tia. Render. Oh, looks like I'm in FET. I don't even know what these things are. I don't know what FET is. I just trade the charts. I don't care what the ticker is. There's SEI, and my DOT trade's looking good. About 10% on DOT. But yeah, lots of cryptos running right now. It's looking good over there. Here's my Aave trade, which is looking excellent. Again, that's another ad right there. But no Solana. And yeah, in case anybody out there is wondering how in the world I manage so many crypto positions here, it's because of my bots. My bots pretty much do it all for me. I come in here and I mark where my bot gets me in and out just so I can, you know, monitor it just to make sure it's doing what it should do and that's getting in and out of trades properly. And I can turn them off when market conditions change. But yeah, my bots are all plugged into all of these tickers here. TOMMYBOTS, that's what I use. Patrick Y, thank you, Tommy. This is one of the best trading channels. Really? That's the first time I've heard that. Maybe it's one of the most underrated trading channels. How many subscribers do we have now? I don't even know.
Breakfast.
Breakfast?
Breakfast.
All right, hold on. I'll be over there in a second. Hold on, Ev. What am I looking for? YouTube Studio. 350 subscribers. That's all we have. We're small potatoes over here. But you know, it's fun doing this with you guys. It actually, I think I actually trade better trading live than I do when I'm just trading by myself. I think it helps keep me more accountable. I follow my rules better. I don't always follow my rules. You guys have seen me break my rules a lot. But for the most part, I think it helps me trade better. Yeah, it just helps me stick to my rules and it, you know, I think the biggest reason is that I'm more focused because I'm actually talking through what I'm thinking. And when I trade by myself, I'm not, obviously I don't talk to myself. I don't sit here and talk through the charts. It'd be kind of weird if I did. But it does help to vocalize what I'm thinking. So if it works for you guys, it definitely works for me. So that's good. Jason Richardson, I like that you focus on points. Points? Oh, you mean like, yeah, you mean like my profit points instead of like dollars? I know. That's the one thing that's been like a big pet peeve of mine for a long time is almost everybody out there talks about how many dollars they're making, and it's so irrelevant. And a lot of people don't realize that, you know, it's like, well, okay, yeah, you might have just made $10,000, but what was your position size? You know, how many points did you make? To me, that's really what matters. What matters is being consistent with your process and learning the process. And dollars should never really enter your mind. Well, I shouldn't say that. Obviously, dollars have to enter your mind, but if you focus on points in the process, I think you will become better as a trader because everybody's going to trade different position sizes. You know, everybody's different. Some people are going to trade 1 micro and some people are going to trade 10 minis. You know, if you get the process down, the profitability will follow, and then you can adjust your position size to whatever you're comfortable with. So that's why I focus on points, because, you know, what's small for one guy might be big for another. Right. You know, the only downside to that is that I think if you're trying to attract a lot of YouTube subscribers, it's not very flashy. It sounds much better to say, hey, I just made $8,000 or $10,000 as opposed to 80 points. You know what I mean? Like, unless you're a seasoned trader, most people probably have no idea how to even do the conversion. And, you tell them how many points you won, and they're like, okay, well, what does that mean in dollars? Well, it depends. Depends on your position size. Everybody's different. But, what really matters is how well does your strategy actually do? How does it perform from a points perspective? And then you could translate that into, what you as an individual are comfortable trading from a position size. But to be completely honest, I'm not really trying to, to attract a million YouTube subscribers. I don't really care too much about that. I'm just trying to be a better trader. Right. Yeah. I know most of them will show you their strategies in controlled backtesting environments and won't necessarily do it live. Some people do it live, and some people are really good at it. But from a performance perspective, to be honest, I think most of those people are lacking. Speaking of performance, I just noticed last night that yesterday was my 10th green day in a row on stream. And for green today will be number 11, which is a pretty good streak, I think, winning streak. Even the big gurus with the Lambos, I don't see them having a 10-day winning streak that often. Maybe they do, I don't know. But it seems like they have bigger red days more frequently. So we're back up to the session VWAP. That's the orange line. The delta is, it definitely does not have the strength that it had earlier. And we still have this falling confirmation line. So if we get a tick down in this, near this upper power zone, I will be more interested in a short. Potentially. On the 5-minute, we are ticking up on the 5, and the delta is really thin on the 5. So we could easily turn bullish again, but currently, as long as this delta stays under the confirmation line, I'm going to be more bearish. But we'll see if the one can pull out of this and maybe we do turn bullish again. We are back above the session VWAP now. You know, I was talking through this earlier, so I didn't notice this until just now, but when we put in this higher low, we did print bullish divergence here. And from that point, we have made a nice move to the upside. So JWAS, earlier you were asking me whether or not I was interested in going long from the power zone here. And I said no. But I did want to point out that usually if you are going to take that scenario where you're under where the delta's under the confirmation line, it's usually better to wait for the first lower high, which would be this one, if you are going to take one in the power zone. In this case, that would have worked out really nice. Did I just say lower high? I meant high or low if I said lower high. But obviously the opposite's true. High or low if it was, or a lower high if it was in the upper power zone. I'm going to try a short off of that. See if it comes back to bite me, but that is a good short setup with the delta still under the confirmation line, the tick down from the power zone. So I went ahead and took that. My stop looks tiny though. With this high ATR, I just went ahead and moved my stop to break even, just to be a little bit more conservative on this. Targeting the low, by the way, if I can get it, which is way down here. Might get me here. Yep. It smacked me. So that is a break even. Normally I would not go break even there, but this ATR is still really high. So I don't know, like one candle could just shoot right up and get me. You know, when I'm a little gun shy like that though, with the high ATR, I usually do better when I don't move my stop to break even. So I don't know why I still do that. It's kind of a habit. But a lot of times it hurts me more than it helps me. We'll see if we set up again for it, though. We'll see if we put in a lower high. I'm also curious how much that ran. Looks like 30 points. Delta's trying to crawl back above that confirmation line and turn bullish again. Because that was such a significant drop down, I'm going to go ahead and mark this order block up here since it should hold some significance. See if it can power through that. Yeah, possible sweep here, and we might end up putting in our first lower high in that upper power zone. Usually, though, when we're in this situation and there's a significant order block here and when we come just short of reaching it, and if it sets up, a lot of times I regret not being patient enough in waiting, because after you get the signal to go short, a lot of times it'll just spike up, hit that order block, stop you out, and then it'll drop. So in this case, even if we get a short setup, I think I'm going to just wait. I'd feel better if it touches that order block first. Oh, 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. A little girl wanted some breakfast. All right, there's our lower high. So that's the early short. If anybody wanted to try the short there, but I'm still going to wait. Also because the delta's back above the confirmation line. Raphael, do you have the lifetime subscription at Zeiierman? Yes, I do. I've been a Zeiierman member since, I think, 2021. So it is kind of nice to just pay once. And he's always working on, like, he's always pumping out new indicators and things. And, you know, I'll be honest, you know, most of them I do not use. A lot of them are useful. I have this love relationship with the cumulative delta. So there's a lot of guys in the group that use other indicators, but this is the one that really jives with my brain. Honestly, I don't even know what it costs. It's been a long time since I've been since I paid for it. I think it's somewhere in there though. Sometimes he'll do like a big sale on like Black Friday where you can get it cheaper. Marcus Knight, did you manually put the 5, 15, 1 hour labels on your left side charts? These labels over here on the right side, you mean? Yes, I manually put those in. I'm trying to get Zeiierman to actually build that into the indicator so that I don't have to manually put these in and drag them around. I could just glance at them. That would make things a little bit easier, but I don't mind putting them in there. So we were talking about that early short entry would be this lower high if you weren't waiting for the order block. So far, that looks pretty good. I didn't take it. I'm still waiting for the order block, but so far that ran, what, 24 points? We do have the delta rounding over now. It is turning negative. So another option is to try to jump on the train on the 8. I'm still going to wait though. Well, now I'll give it a shot. I'm going to give it a shot on the 8. And then if it closes above the 8, I'll just pull the plug. I like doing that because it usually keeps my losses fairly small. Unless you get a giant candle that just powers through the 8, but that usually doesn't happen. All right, I just got tagged in. Now, is it gonna close above the 8? Let's see if it does what I was afraid it would do. 374 is where I'm in. Yeah, I'm already down a bit. Come on, pull back down. Got about 10 seconds. There we go. And I just went ahead and moved to break even on that one. I didn't like how it came all the way up here to retest the 8. So I'm still in. Just trying to be a little more conservative on it. And again, I'm going to target the low if we can get it. On the 5-minute, we're starting to put in a lower high right under that negative delta. So a little bit of a delta squeeze setup going on over there. It's not really a delta squeeze since it's not in that upper power zone, but it's a very similar setup. We're going to continue down. We're going to have to lose that session anchored VWAP. Right now we're kind of using it as support. So we'll see what happens here. If we tick up in the green zone, I'm going to pull the plug. Hopefully get a small profit out of it. Or it's going to hit my break even. And it hit my break even. Which is how it goes sometimes. That one ran 30 points before coming back up. So far, the theme here is if I set my TP to 30 points, I would keep hitting them over and over again, huh? Well, another break even for the board. We also got chop in the delta, which I got to mark out. We got that thin spotty delta. It's not ideal trading conditions. And we're still kind of stuck in that 15-minute range, so we could just chop for a while. It's gonna have the 10 o'clock candle in 2 minutes. So we'll see if that can move the market. You know, a lot of algorithms and things kick in on the hourly candle close. So a lot of times you'll see right when that hourly candle closes, you'll see more movement in the market. You know, looking back at the charts, you know, we were talking about this situation that I was referring to as my favorite setup, but not quite because the delta went above the confirmation line. That ended up being like the best move of the day, if you look at it. That tick down right here. Let's see how far that drop was. Came all the way down. That went 140 points to the downside. Kind of wish I would have taken that now. I don't know if you guys can hear the little beeps going off, but those are my bots doing things. Again, those are configured to execute on the hourly candle close. Looks like everything's still running up pretty good. Raphael, please, how do you manage drawdowns with prop firms? Well, the first suggestion I would make is to don't trade too big, because it's really easy to reach your max drawdown if you're trading big. And if, you know, like in this situation, if you go and profit by 100 points and then it comes all the way back down and hits your break even, that's going to kill you. So if you're trading a personal account, that doesn't matter so much. But if you're trading with prop firms, you definitely want to trail it, or you know, that's part of the reason why I use break even so much, is because I don't like it going against me. But yeah, that's more of an issue with prop firms for sure. But you know, if you're size too big, that's more of an issue. If you trade small, I tend to trade pretty small. So I'm usually like 3 to 5 micros, somewhere in there. So if you're trading 3 to 5 micros and it goes in profit by 30 points or so and then comes back and hits your break even, you know, it's not going to really hurt you too much with the prop firms. And even if you do that over and over again, it doesn't, you know, the first one matters, but the subsequent ones that happen after that, you know, you'll go back in the profit, it'll come back down, hit your break even, and then you just basically end up where you left off before. So it's kind of hard to explain how that trailing drawdown works exactly, but it basically maintains like a high water mark, and when it goes against you, you know, say it goes against you $500, you start with a $2,500 drawdown, so now you're at 2,000, and say you get in another trade, it goes in the profit $500, and then it goes back to your break even. Well, now you're still at 2,000. You can do that over and over and over again, and you're still going to be at 2,000. So where it really hurts is if you trade big, like I said, and then, you know, you're in the profit by $2,500 and then it goes against you. That's more of an issue. But, you know, I trade smaller, so it's not that much of an issue for me. All right, well, we just hit that order block I was waiting for earlier. Question is this a short? And we got a higher low on the 5, a rising delta on the 5, rising delta on the 15. I mean, everything's looking bullish on the higher time frames. But I think I'm still going to try this short here. The 1, it's the upper power zone. So I am short from 382.25. My stop is pretty darn small. We'll see if I can get away with it. Not going for 30 points on this one like I probably should be. I'm still trying to hit this low down here. One of these days I'll get it. Maybe. Hopefully. Ooh, wow. Thank you. Well, that was nice of my wife. What she just delivered to me. Got some eggs and toast and sausage. She's not working today, so she gets to make me breakfast. Raphael, my wife would give me lit dynamite. That's funny. All right, my stop's moving to break even. Hopefully, here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave my stop at break even. I'm going to keep my take profit at this swing low. And I'm going to go in the other room and eat my breakfast. And maybe by the time I get back, I'll be in the profit. Cross my fingers. Be right back. Okay. How are we doing? Well, I didn't hit my take profit, but I'm still in the trade.
Are you still streaming? Yes, ma'am.
That's funny. Raphael with the lit dynamite contact or comment. Okay. So let's reassess what's happening here.
Probably the bigger one.
Delta is under confirmation line.
Maybe you want to bring it back. Oh,
It is positive right now. But if we get a tick down, like in the red zone up there, if I wasn't short, I would probably take that short. So instead of trying to gain a small profit here, if it wants to stop me out, I'll just let it stop me out. And then if it sets up for another short, I guess I'll take that. But this power zone entry, you know, we're getting to that point where we could almost start saying that we're ranging now, because the delta is kind of porpoising above and below the confirmation line, which is relatively near the center of the indicator. So it's right there at my stop. Is it going to hit me? Yep, it hit me. So that one, let's see, what did it do? 46 points. Another break even for the book. I don't mind because I know that I'm eventually going to get one here. You know, it's another broadening formation too. Well, you know, had I targeted this low instead of the extreme low, that would have been right on the money. That would have been 39 points. But I did not do that. That breakfast was good, by the way. My wife should stay home from work more often. So now the question becomes, can we sweep this high here? Still kind of stuck inside this 15-minute range, which is no fun. Back to that order block for a second test. MicroStrategy on fire again, huh? I suppose with crypto running the way it is. Nice. There's MicroStrategy. Yeah, my dad was complaining yesterday that he was down on his MicroStrategy. So hopefully this brings him back up. He's down on his Apple too. See, look at these broadening formations. They play out in everything. See that? Take out this low. And still might come down there and smack that before going up. Man, things are running nice. I am liking crypto right now. Whew. Look at Doge. Still running up. It's been suppressed due to Michael Saylor ATMing. According to history, T-Maker and last two cycles, the bottom is in prior to banana zones as of this week. I closed a Tesla trade this morning from the Tesla dip that occurred. Was Tesla down? Did you short Tesla? Yeah, Tesla was down. Again, here's my favorite setup. Here's the Delta Cross. Here's the pull down to the green zone. The pull back up to the upper power zone. And then the tick down right there. That's the short. For me, I would have been short right here. And then you ride that all the way until the Delta Cross down in that lower power zone, which is right here. Or wait for a Delta squeeze. That would have been nice. Looks like we just took out that swing high. Still pushing up. Delta's looking strong again. Just more in line with the upper time frames. The hourly, I guess I'd go ahead and say that's bullish now. And Bitcoin. You know, that looks like a huge trade. It's only 5%. That's why I got more money in the alts. Here's the NQ 3-minute chart, which looks like a mess. But if you look at the cumulative delta, we do have this upward trajectory on everything. So, you know, if you're not looking at the price action, you're just looking at the indicator. It does kind of smooth everything out for you. We have that rising delta slope, rising confirmation line. So it's a long here at 957. Higher low, long at 1012. It's a 3-minute. Here's the 5-minute. 5-minute has a tick up from the green zone at 1020. So yeah, we should be looking for longs. ATR is at a 63 now. Not too high. Here's my super long arrow down here from the playing around with the 3-minute. So had I not gone to eat breakfast and we ticked up from this lower power zone and it was tapering right there, I likely would have pulled the plug on that tick. It would have been, looks like just over 30 points. Just now took out this swing high over here. Which was actually high of day. Delta's still looking really strong. Well, I kind of feel like I left a lot on the table today. It's been kind of a flat day for the most part. A lot of good moves in there, though. I missed most of them, which kind of sucks for various reasons, which is why I am flat on the day currently. But some of these is like this one. I got stopped out on the end of that wick. That would have changed my whole day had I been able to catch that. This one was close to being my favorite setup, and I didn't take it. Probably should have taken it anyways. That was the best move of the day. Left that on the table. And some smaller ones in here. I was targeting 30 points. Set my targets a little bit lower. Those could have added up to almost 100 points right there. And then I ate breakfast, and so I missed all of this. That was an expensive breakfast, but it was good though. It's worth it. All right, we're putting in our second lower high after sweeping the high. That can be a good short. It does go against the higher time frame, so a little risky. But every trade has risk in it, you know? I'm not going to take this one, though, because we're still pulling up. The delta looks really strong. If the delta starts to round over, I'll be more interested. Looks like we're gunning for the top of that other Browning formation. G2, look at the 5-minute cumulative delta signal line. Yeah, on the 5-minute, we ticked up from the green zone. That was a long. Delta's getting strong. So very bullish on the 5, very bullish on the 15. The hourly, the signal is up there in that upper power zone, so it could be a little maxed out on the hourly for the moment. We just touched that other broadening formation and started to pull back. We do have a little bearish divergence in there. I really kind of wish I caught this move here. That power zone tick up here was right there, was where it was at. And, you know, with this strength of the delta increasing, see how nice and uniform it is? You could ride that all the way through until this first delta cross right there is the first take profit point. So that would have been over 100 points right there. And notice how it respected the 8 very nicely. Stayed on one side. No, I didn't take it because I was in the other room eating breakfast. I wasn't here. I was in this short, and I said, I'm going to cross my fingers, hope that it hits this low, and then when I come back, hopefully I'll have some profit. But when I came back, it was already up here. So not only did I miss the long, but I missed taking profit on my short. Yeah, I would have taken it if I was here. And the reason why is because the confirmation line is really flat in here. So it's more of like a ranging condition. And at the point where we ticked up from the power zone, we were tapering. So that usually tells you that there's just, you know, the down move doesn't have the necessary momentum to keep it going. So then it wants to snap back. So yeah, I would have flipped right there. Got out of my short, flipped long. Yeah, even though the delta dipped below, but just because we were porpoising here, you know, we're above, below. When you see it doing that, that's when you can assume you're ranging after you've seen it do that a couple times. You can't just right out of the gate assume you're ranging like on the first one. It kind of has to prove itself first, which, you know, by this point, by the time it did that, I think I made that comment somewhere in there that it's exhibiting more of a ranging condition. But then once we made it up here to the upper power zone, it was totally different because by that time the delta was in the upper power zone with the signal. If the delta would have stayed down here, then I would have definitely went short on that power zone tick down. But see, the market condition basically changed on us. Now we're going into more of an uptrend. We're at the previous week low currently. Could be some resistance here. It might want to sweep yesterday's high, which is here at 491. Notice how the delta is just flat along the ceiling. That is indicative of going into a sustained trend. You know, we haven't really had any decent pullbacks. I mean, we've pulled back to the 8, but that doesn't really count. I mean, like, you know, like one of these, like an actual pullback. So it's still too early to say it's a sustained trend, but if that delta stays up there, if it stays in that upper power zone, it could do that all day long.
Oh, Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Remember other time you streamed that I was in the video when I was going to a hotel?
Yeah.
I might do it again.
You might do it again?
Yeah. I
You,
might steal your chair and bring you over there hugging us saying goodbye. I might steal it.
you might steal my chair.
Hi!
Somebody wants to say hi. Here, do you want to sit on my lap?
Yeah.
Or do you want to put your headband on? Since you were holding it? Or no?
No.
Okay. Is that fun?
Yeah. Hey.
So what are you going to do today, Ev?
I don't know.
Why don't you tell everybody what you're doing today?
Going to a hotel and I don't know what else.
You're going to a hotel. Why?
Cause Julia has a hockey game, and this is how much nights we're staying. 1.
Mm-hmm.
One night. Stupid.
Yeah.
1 night.
One night. Are you going to go swimming?
Yeah.
All right. Say goodbye.
No. Hi. Ow.
Hey, you're moving my desk.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Might have a little bit of a bull flag situation there, but I'm still waiting for more of a pullback first before I try to jump it along. Lipstick? You wanna show me your lip? They already saw your lipstick the other day.
I know that. But what if they didn't?
They did.
But what if they didn't?
I'm sure they don't want to see your lipstick.
I know they don't.
You're goofy.
Hey.
All right. We got a trade here.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
It's probably really loud in that microphone. I think you just like being on camera.
Uh-huh.
Silly. All right, go put your headband on. Don't you still have to pack?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Go finish
Oh,
packing.
and Dad, I have to brush my hair.
All right, you do that.
No, I don't know how to.
All right, go get the brush. I'll brush it. All right, this is that bull flag situation we were just talking about. It's moving up. I'm still not quite ready to go long in there, so I guess I'll brush somebody's hair. Got a lot of snarls in your hair today. Sorry.
Hello.
Hold on a second here. We did just put in a higher or a lower high. That delta's starting to look kind of weak. I was gonna say that might actually be a decent short right there. I'm not gonna short it, but right there at the previous week low, almost taking out previous day high, not quite. Yeah, I don't know. I would not short that, I don't think. All right, here, let's finish brushing your hair.
Okay. Ow.
Sorry. You got a lot of snarls in your hair. You got to brush your hair more.
We do brush my hair every day. Ow. Oh, Dad, guess what?
What?
We brush my hair every day, but not at night time. Right?
Right. If you brush your hair before you go to bed at night, you
Oh,
won't...
Dad, guess when it's so good to brush your hair after you take a bath.
Yeah, that too.
Because then your hair goes smooth and then if you brush after your bath, it stays like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's still on.
Yeah, I know. All right, this side. Still just kind of grinding up there. It looks like it wants to take out that previous day high. I think it's going to. There we go. Now it just took it out. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, got into a hotel.
Okay. Arthur, Tommy, I just purchased a subscription to your bot. How can I add 40 tick stop loss for every stop order? Are you trying to use it on futures? I was going to say, if you are, it does not work on futures. We don't have an integration with any futures brokers yet. Yes, it does not work on futures. It works on crypto. It works on Forex. However, there are some people that still uses it with futures, but in that case, you can't automate directly with the broker. So you can have your alerts go off. You can still use group alerts and then have it send you like a text message or an email when to buy or sell. But that would be like more of a, more of a manual process. You'd get the alert, it would tell you to buy or sell, and then you have to place the order. Yes, it does work with TradingView, but that's how you configure your alerts. So the alerts, all they do is they send this JSON code that you put in the alert message, that it sends it over to the bot, but the bot itself actually runs on TommyBots on the server. So here, I'll show you an example of that. So take Aave, for example. If I go over to my alerts, you can see here I have an alert that says entry power zone 1 of 2. And if I click to edit that alert, you'll see it's got all this code in here. And it says, like, you know, this is alert number 1 of a total of 2 alerts. And then the alert, the group of the alerts has an ID. So here I called it Aave 1 hour entry power zone. And then I tell it how much of my account balance I want it to use. So in this case, I have 8%. And then there's an action in here. So you can tell it to buy, you can tell it to sell. You can set stop losses in here. You can do that sort of thing. But this is actually, once the alert goes off, all of that is sent over to TommyBots. And then TommyBots is what actually connects to the exchange to place the order. So will it automatically buy on the alert that triggers, or you have to do it manually? If you're using it on crypto, like I am here, it will do it automatically. But you have to have there's only so many exchanges that it currently integrates with, so you have to use a supported exchange. If you don't have a supported exchange, then you have to do notifications only. So in that case, it'll still send you the notification when to buy or sell, but you still have to place the order manually. But you can still do group alerts with that. So say you have like a group of 5 alerts for 1 buy or 1 sell. Once they all line up, it'll send you 1 text message that says to buy or sell once they all line up. Lee Sanders, what is the back end written in? It's all basically PHP. PHP, MySQL. Arthur, no, I will be using on TradingView for futures. Well, like I said, it doesn't work with futures exchanges. You can still get the alerts, but you have to place the trade manually. So if that's not what you were expecting, you can log a support ticket and cancel your account. It's up to you. All right, while we were talking there, it looks like it put in a delta squeeze at 10:55 after taking out that previous day high. Hey, what's up? Yeah. We'll see if that continues to roll over. Yeah, Arthur, eventually we'll probably have an integration with some futures brokers, but currently it doesn't work with futures in an automated way where it's executing orders directly on the exchange. So you can still do it, but the orders have to be placed manually. Did I write this? Yes, I did. I've been a developer since 2001. So that's my primary profession, I guess you would say. Well, we just got a tick up from the green zone. Delta's still up there in that upper power zone, so that is a valid long. If you think we're going to continue here, I'm going to give it a shot. So I just went long. I am long at 21,476.75. Delta is pretty weak, so if we get a tick down here, I'm going to exit. Get rid of that order block so I can see what's going on here. Lee Sanders, interesting. Do you have any docs on how to go into trading while deving? Nobody's ever asked me that question before. I guess I don't really know how to answer that. I've been an entrepreneur since 2007. So I do actually quite a number of different things. Development that's what I went to school for. That's what I went to college for. But I used to work for a big consulting firm called Accenture. And but back then I was more of a Java developer, not JavaScript, like enterprise level Java developer, working for big corporations. And I did that from 2001 until I quit in 2007. And during that time, I would travel to projects in other cities every week and fly home for the weekends. It was a ton of travel. And but when I'd get home on the weekends, I was a photographer as well. So I would come home and I would shoot weddings on the weekends, and then I would fly back out on Monday, and I was just always going. And so I quit my job as a Java developer to be a professional photographer. And so in 2007, when I did that, I ended up shooting the next, I'd say, 2 years, mostly shooting weddings and portraits. And then during that time, I wrote an application called Redcart for my photography business for selling images online through my website. And I started selling that to other photographers all over the world. And that Redcart business ended up being my primary source of income from about 2008 until like 2020, somewhere in there, 2020, 2021. And so it was a really good run. We had a lot of photographers on the platform and did really well. But the whole industry changed. You know, people aren't buying prints like they used to. Mostly everything's now is digital. So in the last 10 years, I've been, doing various development projects and building websites, and I do some woodworking too. I got another YouTube channel where I do woodworking stuff. I got a shop in the garage. I have like 44,000 subscribers on that channel. So I'm kind of all over the place. Trading's just one of the things that I do. Lee Sanders, can you give a brief summary on how you did it? How I did the TOMMYBOTS thing? When I built Redcart, hold on a second. I have to figure out whether or not I need to get out of this trade here. All right, I just exited at break even, just because it presented this delta squeeze situation. So we have a very weak spotty delta, and we had a tick down under a weak delta. So that's, if you're long, you got to get out of that, or I do. So I thought maybe we would push up. We tried a little bit. And we might push up again here. We'll see if it sets back up. But for now, I'm out.
Oh, really? Oh.
Another break even for the board today, I guess. What was I saying? Hold on. These guys are getting ready to leave. So hold on a second. All right. Bye-bye.
Remember to get cadence right.
Yep. Yep. Bye-bye. All right. Finally, some peace and quiet around here, maybe, huh? They are off to Green Bay. What was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh, I think I was talking about Red Cart. So Red Cart, that was another PHP MySQL application that I wrote. Over the years, it wasn't just me. It was, I started it. I wrote the first couple versions, and then I hired on a few other developers that helped out for a number of different years. And then once sales kind of dropped back, then it ended up being just me again. And then I finally closed it down, and 2021 was when that closed down. But that was essentially the same kind of thing. TOMMYBOTS is it's another PHP MySQL application, so it connects to the exchanges behind the scenes, and it does exactly what I wanted it to do. So I primarily built it for myself, to help myself so that I could trade crypto, because what I kept finding is like all of these entries, they occur like when I'm sleeping, or like this one here. This is at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like, I never would have caught this had I not had my bots turned on. So it allows me to trade when I'm sleeping and when I'm working and doing other things. And so I built it primarily for myself. And then after I did it, I ran it for a year for myself and my dad. And then we figured, hey, if we like this as much as we do, we might as well create a subscription for it and sell it to other traders that want to use it too. And then any income that's generated from that is kind of a bonus, because, like I said, it's primarily built for myself to help my own trading. And even if we didn't have anybody on there, it would still be valuable to us. So my dad and I are the primary users of that platform. Anyways, long story. So we just ticked up from the green zone here. The delta did cross under the confirmation line, so I don't know. Still not quite in the power zone. Still not ready to go long. My favorite setup is in the process of brewing here too. So I would be more interested in shorting this if we can get this signal to pull up here and tick down, as long as the delta is still really weak at that point, and if it's still under the confirmation line, I'm going to short that. On a higher time frame, this looks like a big bull flag, so also got to keep that in mind. Let's see what it looks like on the 5 minute. Let's get rid of all the chicken scratch. So yeah, we got our flagpole, we got our consolidation, we got our 45-degree angle down. So let's keep an eye on that. Here it is on the 1. We did get this tick down here. I was thinking about taking it, but it's still in the green zone, so I really want it to pull back up here in the red zone. So I'm going to be waiting for that one. Quez or QUEZ, are you using TradeStation by any chance? No, I'm not. I'm using Quantower with the Rhythmic account right now. So where I exited that long right here, that is the Delta Squeeze setup. I probably should have just gone ahead and flipped short there. I didn't. I was talking too much, and then I had to deal with the family leaving. But that is the Delta Squeeze setup there to go short. But I still think the better short might be coming up here if we can get it. Either that or this thing's really going to take off and blast off with that 5-minute bull flag. So we are ticking up near that lower power zone. That could be a decent long here. Might keep a short leash on it though. Flip short if we get a short signal. I think I'm going to give it a try though. All right, I did go long on that tick up. I'm in at looks like 460.75. So I'm going long here, but I'm primarily looking for a short once that signal gets back in that upper half. But the reason why you go long here too is because that short might never set up. If this really wants to blast off, well, then you could capture that too. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even now. Might be a little too premature to do that at the moment. But like I said, I'm primarily trying to see if I can get a short here. What made me take that long? The bull flag. So if you look on the 5-minute, we got a giant bull flag sitting here. And we're at the bottom of the flag. So you can expect it to likely at least pull back up to the top of the flag. And that's where I'm looking for a potential short up here. And I was waiting for it to come into that lower power zone. It didn't quite make it there. So I passed on the first one, but then we ticked up a second time, which is usually better. So I figured I might as well go ahead and try the long, because if this bull flag plays out on the 5, this could be a really good long. But again, primarily I'm looking at the delta cross as the step 1. And the signal pulls in the bottom, which it did, pulls back up here somewhere, and ticks down with a weak delta. If we get that, that is my short. And I'm risk off at the moment, so I don't really care if it hits my break even. And it hit my break even. What do you know? We are ticking down from the red zone. It didn't quite make it to the upper power zone, but I might go ahead and take this anyways. The delta is still very weak. That's what I was looking for. And I'm now short. From 458.75. Yeah, I'm using 80 tick stop. Now this bull flag might still want to play out. So if we get a tick up from this green zone in this area, I'm going to pull the plug. But hopefully it sells off pretty quick here. You never know what it's going to do. All you can do is try to juggle the probabilities. So far it's playing out pretty nice. Like I said, if we tick up here in the green zone, I'm going to pull it. That's really my stop. My real stop, I don't like that to ever really get hit, if I can help it. It's more of a catastrophic stop more than anything. We are starting to print a higher low. We'll see if we can sell off before that's official. Yeah, and in this particular scenario, if we do end up printing a higher low right there, instead of taking the small profit, I'll probably just move to break even just to give it a little bit more wiggle room. It did sell off there, so it did not tick up. We are printing a tick up right now. That bull flag still might want to go. All right, another break even, guys. I am just the break even master today. Actually, I think that was a little bit of profit, maybe a point or two. And again, if that bull flag has a chance, I think I'm going to actually try a long here. I just went long. Same thing as before. If it ticks down, I'm going to exit. Long at 459. One way or another, I'm going to pick up a good trade here. The delta is not cooperating yet. We have our chop setting in. That is our lunchtime chop. Just keep in mind that from a 1 minute perspective, the shorts have the upper hand since delta's under that confirmation line. So I'm still looking for the short if I can get it. But it's kind of like on that teetering zone where it could be longs or shorts, so I'm kind of playing both sides. And it does kind of feel like this 5 minute bull flag might want to go. However, we are starting to print a delta squeeze on the 5 over there. It's not official yet. It'll be official in 3 minutes if it closes this way. And I know we're in the green zone, but I think I'm going to flip short if we print a lower high on the signal here. I might get chopped up here if I do, but I'm willing to take that risk. All right, now the bulls are stepping back in last second. Hopefully somebody wins this tug of war here soon. can only take so much of the sideways action. All right, we are ticking down 5 seconds. I'm going to flip here. I am now short again. That was a loss. Lost 9 3/4 on that one. Like I said, I might get chopped up here. Yes, they are accurate for today. I just updated it. Yeah, I left a lot on the table earlier. I could have, or I should have been sitting much nicer than I currently am. But I will make up for it here shortly. By the way, I am short and currently underwater on this short. Like I said, I could get chopped up here. That was our risk I was willing to take. Now we're printing another higher low. Yep. All right. Looks like that short is not going to work. But the bull flag situation still is looking better. So I just flipped again. At the risk of continuing to get chopped up here, that's another 15 1/4. All right. Now, if this one fails, I'm done flipping. I'm just going to wait for a new setup, but 2 higher lows in the green zone is usually pretty good for a long, as long as the delta is weak, meaning there's no, it doesn't have a lot of downward strength to it. And on the 5-minute, it does look like this will eventually play out. I don't know. It's kind of a crapshoot. But you know, a lot of times if it's had the opportunity to drop and it just keeps saying no, it's usually a good sign it's going to go the other way. Unless it just continues to chop sideways. Which it can do. It's lunchtime. Now it's ticking down from the red zone. Still in the trade. I did not exit. Giving it another chance. Last thing I want to do is keep flipping on the wrong side. Delta does have a positive slope, but it's still super weak. All right, I'm out. Another 10 3/4 on that one. I should have just thrown in the towel before all of that started. That's my fault on that. What was that? 10 3/4. Lunchtime chop. So this lower high from the red zone, if anything, I should be favoring those. Just because we've been sitting under the confirmation line the whole time. The delta's super weak. But I did not flip on that last one. I probably should have. That's the only one that, look at, now it's actually going. Once the delta crossed under the confirmation line, and I tried that first long, and I stopped out at break even, you know, I said from the get-go that my primary focus was to get the short there. That's all I should have been trying there. I shouldn't have kept trying to go long. Because now after those losses right there, now I'm afraid to take that the short that I should be taking, which is this green circle from the red zone. Delta's starting to roll back down a little bit. Yeah, these scenarios are tough. That's why usually I try the first couple, and then if it fails, I just usually stay out. Today I tried to push it, which was not a good idea. We're sitting right on top of that pivot line, the support. That delta squeeze on the 5 was confirmed at 11:35 for a short. So 11:35 is here. See how thin the delta is on the 5? There's not a lot of strength to it. Which still tells me that this thing still is eventually going to want to go up here. It had so many opportunities to drop and it just won't do it. Signal is finally in that upper power zone that I was waiting for originally. Finally starting to break that trend line there at the top. We'll see if that bull flag plays out. Holy crap, what did I miss? I just glanced over and JWAZ was axing somebody. Brand O Flakes, are you a pure Delta trader and that's it? The Cumulative Delta is my primary indicator, if that's what you're asking. But I use, key levels. I use EMAs. I use order blocks. But the Cumulative Delta is definitely my bread and butter. Yeah, this tick down from the upper power zone is what I was waiting for. It just took so long to play out that I'm afraid to take it now. Originally I was looking at this Delta Cross as step 1, and I wanted to see the signal pull down, pull up in the upper power zone and tick down. Well, it did that. It just did that way over here. And now, at this point, and it did tick down with the delta still under the confirmation line. So, that is one that you could try. It had so many opportunities to drop. It wouldn't drop. So I'm reluctant to take that. Actually tempted to go long here just because of that. We are ticking up. I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot. Just went long there in the 8. Normally don't go long from the red zone, but when the delta is fighting back up to cross that confirmation line the way that it is. And we've had all those opportunities to drop, and it didn't. However, if we get a tick down here, and I'm underwater, that's my exit. Jay Was says, if anyone comes in here with negativity or harassment, I ban them immediately. Well, thank you, Jay Waj. I appreciate that. We do want to try to keep this more of a positive environment. We don't want to bring in all the drama and negativity that a lot of other channels have, so. All right. Yeah, we're still just chopping here. Putting in another lower high. So I'm out. Maybe this lunchtime session is just not for me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go short there. Because that is right where it's usually where I pull the plug and then I'm like, you know, I should have flipped there. So I'm going to flip this time. 456. Or 56.25. That's where I'm in. Maybe this is finally it. Maybe this is the move I've been waiting for. It just would not go before. I mean, that's a pretty nice looking short there. We got the cross, got the tick down from the power zone, and then a lower high with it still being weak. I mean, how can you not short that? I just wish I wouldn't have been so slow on the trigger. I would have been up here. Well, my numbers are definitely looking like junk now. That's all right. All we need is one good trade to turn the day positive again. We've been here before. Gonna tick up from the green zone here. A little reluctant to exit on this one already, but we are just chopping sideways. Come on, market, sell off. All right, I guess not. I pulled the plug. 460.75. Another 450. Well, I just turned a not so bad of a day into a bad day in this nasty chop here. That's how quickly it can happen to you. So I think I'm going to sit out until I see at least a decent move come back in. Because that's no fun getting chopped up. All right, JWaz, can you click that dude's username and actually ban him? I'm only capable of timing them out. What did he do? I've never banned anybody before. I don't know how to do that. I don't have an option to ban anybody. Looks like all I can do is put user in timeout. They talked shit. What were they talking shit about? Because I was getting chopped up, maybe? And he didn't like it? My channel, my trading, everything? Well, I don't know what I ever did to that guy. Yeah, all right, well, we don't need people like that around here. I was going to say, it looks like he's already hidden. Okay, well, I guess I'll leave you in charge of that so I can focus on trading here. Well, just to kind of recap what transpired here. This is what we know. When the delta is nice and consistent, that's when we get the best moves. That's when the cumulative delta really shines. As soon as we get really thin and spotty like this, you guys have heard me say this a million times. But once we start doing that, it's like you're walking on thin ice. It really has no direction. Nobody's in control. You know, the bulls aren't in control. The bears aren't in control. It just kind of just chops sideways. Usually, you'll get something like that, and then it breaks out of it, like over here. So see how we got the chop box, and it didn't last very long. We broke out of it, and then we're swinging again. And if you take those entries, you usually can do pretty good. And like earlier in the day, we started, you know, chopping here. We broke out of it. Earlier here, we were chopping here. We broke out of it. So usually it breaks out of it. Here, this was kind of more, I guess, of an extended chop period. It's longer than the others. It appeared that we were breaking out of it. So then I tried to jump in those trades. We turned back into chop. And then again, I just kind of assumed we were breaking out of it. But we just continued to chop. You know, it looks like I need to add another chop box on here. But once you get like two of these things, like relatively close to each other, 2 or even 3, and if you're still putting on trades at that point, that's when you really got to kind of take a step back. And I got to tell myself this still, obviously, because I just got chopped up. But this is the sign, or this is the signal that you need to watch for. And once you see like that second one pop up, you got to ask yourself, okay, is it really smart to keep putting on trades right now? Or should you wait for price to, you know, make more of a significant move to break out of the chop, and then you should, you know, then it's game on again. And right now, that just has not happened yet. We got another chop box here. This current candle that we're on, though, this is the most aggression that we've seen on the delta. That's the thickest delta candle in this whole zone right here. So we might be breaking out of it now. But I should have just walked away at this point when this, you know, this was a break even, this one was a break even, and by the second break even, that was the second chop box already. And then this one was a break even. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I added 5 losers to the board since we got 3 chop boxes on the screen. So that was just pure stupid tunnel vision on my part. You know, I'm not a perfect trader. I don't claim to be. There's always things that I could do better. And that's one of the things that obviously I still need to get better at, is just recognizing that this is happening and stay out of it. It's kind of like, they talk about like when a frog boils in water and they really have no idea that it's happening because it's happening so slowly. This is the same kind of thing. It's like, I was putting the chop boxes on the screen, but I still wasn't really processing what was happening. I just kept putting on trades. Brando flakes, wouldn't those longer chops just be a higher time frame chop? Potentially. We do have higher time frame chops here, by the way. We have all of this here is a higher time frame chop. And all of this here is a higher time frame chop. That's that thin alternating delta. So from here, now you see my cursor where it is on the 1 minute. So from there to here was definitely all chop. And then here, where is that on the screen? Yeah, right here. Yeah, all of this. Now see, it's chop on the 5, but on the 1, those were still good moves. I should, if I was targeting 30 points on these, that would have been almost 100 points right there. But all those resulted in a break even because I was looking for a bigger move. Which you guys have seen that gets me sometimes. How long do you hold your trades? It depends. It depends on the situation. These, I obviously was holding too long because it came back at me at break even. This one, I didn't hold long enough. I put my stop at break even when I probably shouldn't have done that, and I could have got a huge upside on that. But what I typically go by is what is the delta doing? See, the delta's, if you were on the stream earlier when this was playing out at the open, I was talking about how thick the delta was. And I was talking about how as long as it's thick, you want to stay in until you get a close below a thin delta, which is like right here. So, the other thing that you can do is when it starts getting iffy, like if it starts printing these lower highs in here, so there's a lower high here at 842. So that's right here. Like once it prints that, you can start trailing. Start trailing the wicks, and if you do that, that break-even trade would have been more like a 97 point trade. But I primarily trade with the cumulative delta, and I use that for my exit strategy as well as my entry strategy. If I see a broadening formation, I might target the low of the broadening formation. So, if I'm going long, I might target the high of the broadening formation. So it all depends on what's going on in the chart. And if it's really low volume stuff, I'll typically just shoot for like 30 points or 125 ticks, 31.25 points. That's what I typically do. So it really depends on, the current market condition, what's happening, what's playing out in the chart, what the delta's doing, what kind of, what kind of price structure we've built. I'm definitely more of a dynamic trader in that sense. But, you know, it's 12:20. Hopefully it starts getting good here. You know, this always seems to be the case too. When we do have these choppy time periods, usually as soon as I throw in the towel, that's usually when it starts getting decent again. And as luck would have it, that's exactly what happened here. I threw in the towel. I'm like, all right, I'm stopping. I'm done. And at that exact point is when it started being normal again. And now we're moving up with no problem. The delta looks solid again. So yeah, these time periods where you have all of that chop one after another, that really can throw a wrench in things. You know, earlier this morning I was talking about how yesterday was my 10th green day in a row. And maybe that jinxed me a little bit. Maybe today will be the break of the winning streak if I end up with a red day here, but there's still a lot of time left today, so I mean, all it really takes is one decent trade to put you back in the green. So I've not given up yet. Raphael, when you have time, could you elaborate on the delta squeeze? What would you like to know about it? Just what the setup looks like? Yeah, Schroden, I hear you. That, I would say, generally speaking, is true if you're actually forcing trades. But if you're following your rules and you're still entering on valid setups, and it's not, if it's no longer chopping, then in my experience, that usually ends up with a positive result. It's when I throw in the towel too early just for the sake of throwing in the towel that, you know, typically for me, that's when then you're essentially making your red day a red day officially without necessarily needing to. Yeah, revenge trading. I think it's only revenge trading when you really are getting to that point where, you know, like emotionally you just keep jumping into things that aren't really true setups and you're not following your rules. But I think as long as you're following your rules and the setups are there, statistically, those should, you know, it all averages out over time. Raphael, have you looked at the Delta squeeze in the playbook? It's all detailed in there step by step, but I could show you. This here, well, here, I mean, just to make it really, excuse me, just to make it simple, according to the playbook, what you need is you need the delta to be near a power zone or in the power zone. And you need, so for example, if you're going to go short up here, the delta has to have a negative slope. So right here, we have a negative sloping delta. And you have to have a tick down underneath a negative sloping delta. So we have one right here. And then we have one right here. So this essentially gave us two opportunities to go short. And the funny thing is I didn't take either of those because I was doing something else. My family was leaving at the moment, so that's what was going on in that situation. But the first one here, the delta didn't really have a negative slope at this point, so you could argue that maybe you didn't, maybe you don't take that one. This one right here. It did eventually play out. It was kind of, kind of choppy getting down there. The second one is right here. That one had hardly, very little drawdown to it. And it ran a total of 34 points or so. But that's what it looks like. These aren't great examples of it because the price didn't really move after that. We kind of just went sideways. So let me try to find you a better example. So here's one here. You don't even have to look at the price action. All you need to do is look at the indicator. So here's a negative sloping delta, which is in the power zone. And then you have your tick down underneath the negative sloping delta. So if I go and look at what that looks like in with the price action, you could tell that's exactly where I jumped in short. And I was looking to take out this low right here, but we never made it down there. And so we ticked up from this lower power zone. I gave it another chance. We ticked up a second time. I should have just exited right there on the second one, but I wanted to give it a little bit more slack because we were underneath the VWAP at that point. So I told myself I'm going to use the 8. So anytime I want to give it a little bit more slack, I'll use the 8. And so if it closes above the 8, I'll get out, which happened right there. So that was a good trade, but that's still not a great example because, delta squeezes can produce big results in a lot of cases. Here's one right here where we had a nice push down. Now this is more choppy. It's the overnight low volume, but negative sloping delta. Here's your tick downs underneath. It eventually rolls over. Here's one here. Negative sloping delta. There's your tick down right there, which is right here. And that ran 31.5 points. Anyway, you can find them all over. And the reverse is true for when you go long. Let me see if I can find a long version. Here we go. This is yesterday. We were more ranging in this scenario. But positive sloping delta, and we ticked up here. So there's a long there. It didn't really, there was some upside to it, not a whole lot. So for me, I think it was break evens, and then I finally got a long in here, and I think that's where I ended the day. Yeah, that's where I ended the day yesterday. The tick down must be in the red zone too. Well, yes, it needs to be in the red zone, and ideally it needs to be near the delta. So like these, so like see how it's close to the delta right there, and the delta's weak? Ideally, you want to get them up there. The lower they are in the green zone, the lower the probabilities are. Here's a long version. This one's a little messy, but you have a positive sloping delta, and you get a tick up here. It did pull back. It gave you some bullish divergence, and then gives you a second chance on this tick up right here. So on that second one, the long is right there. And this is how a lot of them play out, is that usually the upside moves are huge. You know, as long, like if you ride this and if the delta makes it back up there, you can literally ride it until you get the opposite delta squeeze to the downside, which is like this one here or this one. But see, at this point, see how the delta has a positive slope to it? It's not negative, so that's not really a delta squeeze. So if you're holding for a real delta squeeze, you would hold until this one right here. Now you have a negative sloping delta. Here's your tick down. So not only do you exit your long there, but you flip short. So that is right here. That's 84 points to the upside, and then flipping short to go the opposite way. Does that help? Awesome. And looks like we broke previous day high again. Who was it that was saying that we were going to continue going along here? Somebody was saying that. Because of the VIX? Brando Flakes. VIX still's not at 16.4, so it's not, so it's got more upside coming. Well, you called that one. Look at MicroStrategy. Okay. MicroStrategy is still kicking it. Hey, what do you know? There's our delta squeeze. We have a positive sloping delta. And then we have the tick up above a positive sloping delta in the green zone. That's the lower half. So the long here is right here on MicroStrategy. There was one earlier over here, and that one kind of fizzled out. This one is better because the delta is in this lower power zone. So that's another thing. Like these, where the delta is like near the middle of the screen, it's not the same thing. I do not call that a delta squeeze. The delta squeeze, you had to be pushing in a certain direction for a period of time that pushes that delta into the lower power zone or the upper power zone like this. It's like you've been pushing, and then it's like pressure builds up, and then as the confirmation line and the delta start to converge, that's what I'm referring to as the squeeze. So they're squeezing together, and then this is like the release of the squeeze, and it pops. So it's more of like a reversal strategy or a reversal setup. It usually comes at the end of a strong trend. Yeah. You know, there's no guarantees. They don't all work. Like here. Here we had a negative sloping delta, but notice what's wrong about this one. You know, we have the negative slope. We have the tick down under a negative sloping delta. But where is it occurring? It's occurring more, you know, it's not in that upper power zone. This one is better. This tick down right here, and you had the negative sloping delta. It's better, and there was a little bit of downside to it, but it popped back. And usually once it starts kind of going under the confirmation line, so here was a heads up, here's another heads up, and then this one, there was a lot more downside on this one here. Didn't really give you a great squeeze on it though. Like I said, they don't all work out, but when they, you know, if you always take those, the potential for some of those are huge gains. And it also helps to look at, you know, every instrument's going to behave a little bit different too. So you can look in the past and see, do they usually play out or not? MicroStrategy, I mean, this is kind of a different pattern than I'm used to seeing. But generally speaking, you know, if you follow this, the confirmation line, if it generally has this negative slope, you got to be looking for shorts. And if it generally has this, you know, it takes time. It never goes one way in a straight direction. But if it has this positive slope, you know that the bulls are in control of this whole thing. And so you should be jumping in on these pullbacks. And then here, once you flatten out, you're ranging, and then you start a negative slope again. So you're looking for shorts. Flattens out, you're ranging. Start to get a positive slope, should be looking for longs. Same thing over and over again. Shorts. So the confirmation line just gives you more of a, it's an average of, or it's a moving average of the delta. And the delta never, like I said, never goes in a straight line, but it gives you an average. So on average, you should be able to tell who's in control and try to jump on the pullbacks on that side of the market. But here, this is a great delta squeeze right there. It's pulling up nice. Bitcoin still pushing. So the delta is nice and strong now on NQ. So it looks like we made it through the lunchtime chop. It's funny, right when I quit, then it started to get good again. Forgot about this trade. It's actually supposed to be up here. I'm actually in this position. That one's up about 14%. I missed this ADA move here. I had there was this zone down here where we were really chopping sideways. You see all that nasty chop? And I was in, this trade was a small profit. This trade was a loser. And once we started chopping, I turned my bots off. But had I left it on and bought this lower power zone there, and then bought this lower power zone right here, then I would have been in right here, and then I would have added right there, and this would have been in the whole time. So that would have been up 26% had I not turned my bots off on that one. And my bots will keep me in as long as the delta stays above the confirmation line. So I try to get the whole move. And then once the delta starts to come back under the confirmation line is when I start scaling out. Back to NQ. Well, now that the delta is in this upper power zone, and we had all of these chances to drop back, and we really didn't, it does make me wonder if we're just going to stay in a sustained trend until the close. You know, Fridays are usually pretty good for me. But today, this Friday, I definitely could have done a better job. I think I'm going to stick on here a little bit longer and see if anything sets up, but if not, I will just chalk it up as a red day. I do have to leave to pick up my son from school today. They're back in school now. So I won't be able to trade the last half hour of power hour, which is usually the best time, last part of the day. But hopefully we get a setup before then. Just closed under the 20. This might potentially set up a delta squeeze here, but if we are going into a sustained uptrend, as the playbook says, you should try the first one, maybe the second, and if that fails, and you do go into a sustained trend, you really don't want to keep taking them. You want to just go ahead and wait for an entry to join the trend at that point. So that's the big question right now is, are we in, would you call this a sustained trend? According to the playbook. Here's what the chart looks like on the 5-minute. We have primarily been above the 20 EMA on the 5 the entire day. So if that continues, we should be looking for longs. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Now, I was telling JWAS yesterday that the sustained trend market condition specifically is actually my least favorite market condition. I always struggle more on those days than I do on the other days when we're either in short-term trends or ranging. You know, some people might call the ranging stuff sideways chop. I don't call it chop unless the delta's really thin and spotty. But I typically do a lot better in those conditions. It's these grindy, sustained trends that I have trouble with. On sustained trend days, I usually, still end the day pretty well, but I usually do a lot better on the other days. Well, we got a negative sloping delta, and we're taking down underneath it, but I would not short that. If you're in a sustained trend, you don't want to take those anymore. Not until it can prove that it's no longer in a sustained trend. And how I gauge that is at the end of the trend, you'll usually have the delta kind of fall with like an aggressive downward slope. And if it ends up somewhere over, in the central vicinity of the indicator, and it's no longer in that upper power zone, that's a good indication that the trend is over. Kind of like what we saw back here. But that was before the trend actually even really began at that point. We're still kind of ranging here. And again, like I do better in those conditions typically. All right, now we're putting in a higher low. If we're in a sustained trend, this could be a long here. Ooh, right when I say that, look at that. It just smacks straight down. Never mind. That's why we wait for the candle close. What just happened there? That was instantaneous. Yeah, there's the squeeze, like Raphael said. That was pretty nuts. And if you were trading the squeeze, you would have been in on this up close candle. That would have been pretty nice. I was just about to go long there if that closed as a higher low on the signal. Good thing that didn't happen. Jason Richardson. I had a limit at $4.99. Nice. Nice quick profit there for you. You know, I was actually thinking about putting a limit order on this order block here earlier. This one right here, looks like that's exactly where it wicked to. You were short at 524. That's a nice trade there, Raphael. Did you take... Oh, well, if you were at 540, 524... Or did you take the squeeze? Yeah, that's right up there. Did you take that squeeze? Okay, well, good on you for taking that. I passed on it just because usually those don't continue to play out in a sustained trend. But if it worked for you, that's great. Yeah, good point, Jay-Waz. How it's aligning with the 5. The 5-minute is ticked down. I do think you have something there with that. I should study that more. Jay-Waz has been doing really well lately, trading in the direction of the 5-minute signal. So if the signal is ticked up, he looks for longs, and if the signal is ticked down on the 5, he looks for shorts on the 1. I do want to take a closer look at that. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. We did get a tick up from the green zone here in a sustained trend. That is a long. That huge candle to the downside kind of threw me off, though. I'm not sure if I want to take it. We are back above the 8, back above the 20. So I do think maybe I am going to give it a shot here. I just went long. $21,522. There is our average daily range, which would be a decent target if we can get up there. $562.25. Also kind of like another little mini broadening formation here. So you can tell like as soon as we killed this high, it started selling off again. And likely because this low was taken out prior to that. Hopefully we can continue to expand higher. The delta is turning back up, which is positive. Still very bullish on the higher time frames. Starting to flash a tick down in that upper power zone. So if it actually prints official on the close, I'm gonna move my stop to break even. Just because we took out that other high, we do have a broadening formation, so you could easily want to take the elevator back down and take out that other low. So hopefully we push through that. Well, that average daily range, if we can hit that, that's 40.25 points. Then I would only be down 4.5 if we can get there. So maybe I should just go ahead and add another 5 points to this and see if I can just go green all in one shot. All right, we did tick down, so I'll move my stop to break even. Shane O'Brien, what time frames do you use mostly? I use the 1 for my entries. And on the right side, I have the hourly, the 15, and the 5, just to have more of a bird's eye view. Trading the 1, you don't really need the hourly or the 15. The 5 is really important. It's still nice to have the overall bird's eye view on there if you want to see it, but most of my entries are just primarily on the 1, and then sometimes I use the 5 to either trigger an entry that I see coming on the 5, or sometimes I'll use the 5 as like an exit strategy to hold my position longer in a lot of cases. So like today, for example, I mean, the 5 it's been climbing up all day. The confirmation line's had a positive slope this whole time. So if you really wanted to maximize your potential and you were in a good trade and you didn't really mind stomaching some drawdowns or some pullbacks, then you could potentially hold this all the way until the 5 starts to close below that confirmation line. So that could keep you in the trade all day. All depends on what's happening. I constantly change my entry and exit strategy depending on what I see in the charts. We're getting a tick down under that delta. Might be a decent spot to take profit here. Wish there was more upside to this one, but it looks like it's starting to fizzle out. About to close under that 8 too. Can we pull out of it? Can it pull up? I'll give it one more shot. It's got to pull back above the 8. Come on, Bulls, push her up there. There we go. Getting back above. Keep pushing. Stop out those bears. Delta's gaining a little bit of strength in there. Short's getting burnt here. Yeah, I can see that. The delta's been positive this whole time, so we did get that tick down under the delta, but the delta was still, it wasn't falling yet. Now, if the delta was negative and it did that, I would definitely pull the plug there. It does kind of seem like it's struggling a little, though. This is that sustained trend grindy price action that I just don't like. Oh, gosh, I hate this price action. just slow. Well, we've had our second tick down under the delta. Normally I would have taken profit there. Try to give this one another chance, but now the delta's starting to turn negative. Right there on the 20. Can it pull out of it? Delta starting to roll over, negative. I should have just pulled the plug on that second tick down. Now I'm going to stop out at break even. Come on, Bulls, push her back up there. This is my least favorite market condition of all of the market conditions. I prefer chop over this. Maybe we could get a power zone tick up without hitting my stop. What are you drinking? I'm drinking ice water. Need to hydrate. I usually drink coffee in the morning and then I switch to ice water. Nothing fancy. We are getting a tick up from the green zone. Maybe the bulls can take over again for another leg up. These legs are getting smaller though. Well, it is 1:30. A lot of times the market likes to kick back into gear around this time. We do have some chop on the delta. I'll go ahead and mark that out. More of that choppy, grindy, trendy price action. Raphael, you're leaving us, huh? Well, have a great weekend. Thank you. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Sounds good. Have a good one. Come on, bulls. Hopefully there's a little more gas left in the can. We're inching our way there. We're just crawling. What is crypto up to? Still pushing, it looks like. Anybody else take that tick up long from the green zone here at 129? The 8 would have been a beautiful entry for that. We are continuing to close in on that average daily range line, which is at 21,562.75. We just got a tick down from that upper power zone, but the delta is still fairly strong, so I am staying in for now. I might have pushed it too far on that. Maybe I should have taken that tick down from the power zone. Still in this one. was thinking about exiting when it pulled back up to the 8, but decided to give it one more chance, and looks like I'm losing a lot of my profit now. Falling pretty hard. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it here. All right, I'm out. $20.75. I always jump back in if it sets up again. You know, I would have been better off just taking that tick down from the power zone originally. That would be right here. But I thought maybe it would use this trend line as support, and it was going to take out that daily average range line. We're so close to it. Didn't play out that way. See if that would have got my standard 31 points. Oh yeah. I definitely would have got that. I think that's probably what I'll just do for now on today. $125 ticks is kind of my standard go-to when things are just kind of slow and chopping. When the delta supports it, I will definitely push that. I tried to push it here, but there just wasn't enough gas in the tank to push it up there. Brando Flake says one more big squeeze here. We will see. We're getting a tick up from the power zone. Is it worth the long? We kind of lost the 50 there. It seems like we're kind of falling apart a little bit. The delta's under the confirmation line now. Things are starting to turn down, so it might be better to wait for a short setup, but I don't know. As long as we've been cranking, I'm going to try a long here. See if we can push back up. Now what's going against us here is it's kind of an aggressive negative sloping delta on this one, you know, compared to all these. So that's why I was saying it might be better to wait for the short setup here. But, you know, if you're in a sustained trend, you got to try it. You got another 30 points here to the top. We're diverging here into another high. I hope so. Those power zones are pretty powerful, so like I said, you got to try it, especially if you're in a sustained uptrend. We have the 2 o'clock hourly candle coming in about a minute. We'll see what that does. JWaz is back. Welcome back, JWaz. That delta slope looks like it was right on the money. I'm going to get stopped out here. So close to getting stopped out. That 2 o'clock candle kicked into gear, pushed it down. I was wondering if that was going to happen. See, we have that momentum building to the downside now. Hopefully this just ends up being a wick and we pull back up. Don't do it. Oh, it got me. Well, so much for the 20 points that I made earlier. I just lost it. That's why I was saying, with this negative slope on the delta, how aggressive that was compared to all the others. That's why I was saying, like, that's kind of a iffy spot right there. You got to try it, but where it ticked down right here against me, I should have just pulled the plug. I would have been near break even on that, but I held on too long. Second tick up from the lower power zone. Do we jump back in long here is the question now. Brando Flakes, I tend to agree with you on this. Even though I got stopped out, thinking about giving it another shot. And I am long. Back in. The second tick up from that lower power zone is usually a pretty good one, especially if you were in a sustained trend. If you are going to go into a downtrend, it usually wants to pull back up before it drops again. It's kind of my thinking on this one. Or it could just burn down and take me out again. Like I said, that delta is dropping fairly aggressively, so that sucker's got to turn around here pretty soon if the bulls are going to have any chance. Delta's not tapering. That's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it spring back, and it's doing the opposite. Yeah, that was probably kind of stupid of me to get in there on that with the Delta doing what it's doing. You know, the Delta never lies. It tells you what's going on. If you got thick Delta candles to the downside with a steep slope, you don't really want to trade against that. Hopefully we can put in a higher low here, and then the Delta will start tapering, hopefully, and we can turn back up. But it is looking kind of ugly. Jaywaz, there's a country western Delta candle song you should listen to. Yeah. All right, are the bulls going to do this or not? The Delta's already made it in the lower half. That's not a good sign. You want that Delta to stay in the upper half if we're going to be bullish. However, the Delta is tapering and it is positive right now. That's starting to look a little better. Can the bulls power through? I'll tell you one thing. If I was short, I would not want to see the Delta looking like that. So, it's another way to think about it. If I was short, I would want those Delta candles to be big and fat. to the downside. All right, I had to pull the plug. We ticked on under falling delta, so that did not work out. Looks like I lost 4 points on that one. Now we're starting to put in that higher low. Delta is positive. So I think I might go and give this another try. Man, it's such a weird falling spotty delta though. That totally screwed things up for me. got picked up long on the 20. 524.25. Gus the Trader, I like your cumulative delta style. Have you looked into an order indicator or OF tool for trigger confirmation? No. I primarily just stick to the cumulative delta. This specific version, not the cumulative delta on other platforms. This one can be vastly different. This indicator hunts for aggressive offers and aggressive bids. The order indicator you're talking about? I'm not familiar with it. Got a link to it. I'll check it out. Not getting much follow through here. With the delta in the lower half and we have the falling confirmation line, I really should be short biased at the moment. So if we get a short setup, I gotta flip. To to be honest, I probably should not have even tried any of these longs down here with that aggressively falling delta. I'm just kind of breaking my own rules today, which isn't... Yeah, see? Falling apart now again. What I need to do is just stick to the rules in the playbook and stop doing all this other crap. It's been my big downfall today. Not sticking to the plan. Yeah, there's a lot of things I did today that I wish I could go back and do over. All right, I had to flip there because we got to tick down from the red zone with the falling delta. So I should never even gone long there. I should have just looked for shorts, but I broke my rules. Hopefully I don't get chopped up here. The delta is choppy. That's all this nastiness here. And I got chopped up. Well, so much for that today. What was that one? $7.25. This one was 7.5. Which brings me to a nasty looking minus 58 points today. Which is not great. Well, I broke my winning streak, my 10-day winning streak. Today, I could have done better following my rules, but really what killed me earlier was this. It was continuing to try to force trades in this chop. I saw the chop on there and I ignored it. That's what really killed me. But then also earlier, you know, there was a lot of good trades in here that I didn't capture because I ended up breaking even on them. Or, There was a couple in here that I just completely left on the table too. So live and learn another day. Every day is a lesson, right? Mbox Wave is the software system based on Wyckoff method. Yeah, not familiar with that, but I'll check it out. What I'm really kicking myself right now about is this long I knew that I probably shouldn't have taken it. I took it anyway. Then I tried it again on the second one because it was the second tick up from the power zone, but by that time we've already had this aggressively negative sloping delta, and you're not, the playbook says do not trade against that. So what I should have done was wait for, here was our delta cross. This is the pullback into the green zone that I always talk about. This is the pullback into the red zone, and then we get the tick down. Try that one, but that's the only one I should have tried right there. It was a short, and then it's set up again with the lower high, and I should have maybe tried that one again, but by this time, I've lost so many today, I'm done. I'm not putting on anymore. But this is that thin ice that I always talk about. You see a thin spotty delta. So it was, it was all pointing down. But that's your thin ice right there. It's like if you're trying to jump in trades when it's doing that, you're going to get chopped up. So I could have done a better job today. That is for sure. That guy said I never show my losers? You guys know I always show my losers. What is he talking about? Did he literally just jump on the stream and start criticizing without knowing anything about what we do here? God, I hate people like that. Well, thanks, Jay Waz. Thanks for staying on top of that, because yeah, I guess I don't know what I would have said to the guy, but it probably wouldn't have been nice. He sounds like an ex-wife. Well, it looks like it put in somewhat of a double bottom here. It sounds like Brando Flakes thinks it's still going to continue up. Is that right? Jason Richardson, my oldest daughter is an influencer. She says when you get trolls, you're doing something right. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't even really bother me. Like, I don't really care. I mean, I know what I'm about. I know what I'm trying to do here. Um, we don't need people like that to be a part of it. She says it's jealousy, huh? There probably is some of that. Either that or those guys have gotten burned so many times by people, they're just super skeptical and don't know of any other way to react, I guess. Well, this is still looking, I don't know. That 50 is continuing to hold this down. We just had our second lower high in the red zone. Delta's still weak. Do you have a chop filter built in to help with shitty PA like today? Yeah, well, if you mean these chop boxes, then yes. My problem today was I was ignoring all of that. So I wrote a playbook that specifically says that if you experience these chop boxes, you're supposed to walk away. And what did I do? I kept pushing it. Kept trying to force a trade where there wasn't a trade. And that is my fault. And JWAS, if you're short right now, that is in line with the playbook. So good on you if you are. Because when you have this no negative sloping confirmation line and the delta is negative, and if you continually get these lower highs on the signal line in the red zone, you're supposed to be short. So that's a short right there. But I threw in the towel. I'm done. So we'll see if that ends up playing out here. But if I have a red day and I followed my rules, I don't really mind so much, but it's when I don't follow my rules and I have a red day, then I get down on myself because I know that I should not have done that. And I am getting a lot better about following my rules. I don't know what it is. Sometimes something just kind of takes over you and you forget about all that. But yeah, I mean, you see, the playbook, the cumulative delta does not lie. So I don't know why sometimes I ignore what it's telling me. But it is definitely right more than I am. Yep, it's still a challenge, and I think it always will be. I guess it's part of being human, We are not robots, but in order to do this and have a perfect day, you almost do need to be a robot. That's part of the reason why I built TOMMYBOTS, to help with that. It helps on the crypto side. That is the nice thing about a bot, is you can remove all of your emotions. The bad part of a bot is that the things that are kind of subjective, it's not really good at doing subjective things. So if you're going to give it instructions, they have to be very objective. Which is one reason why I like the cumulative delta is you can build objective rules around this. So you can automate a lot of that. Well, we got a tick up from that lower power zone. Is that going to be the one that pushes us higher? Maybe they were just accumulating all in this area for this last little hoorah at the end of the day. We do see that a lot. Well, guys, I gotta go pick up my son from school, and I'm done for the day. So this might be the longest stream that I've ever done, actually. I think I forgot to save my stats. There we go. I just saved them. I'm down 58 points for the day. So yes, I do show my losers, as you guys know. I don't hide those. So yeah, I think this was the longest stream of the day. Like I said, every day is a lesson. And I think this just, you know, I think I was getting too comfortable with my winning streak that I had recently. So anyway, tomorrow's a new week. We'll do better. So hope you guys have a good weekend. Take care. We will see you on Monday. All right, take care, guys.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I wanna bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that largest goes on my happy Delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those big moves, yeah, wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the charter with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, wanna break through, you know. Then hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.